Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back. I'm Gnomes and this is cloth rigging, and we are back in the hard problem of making wave painting and rig for this skirt and some other parts of the body and of the cloth, right? And so currently this thing apparently I think is already rigged. I lost the texture, that's why it is black right now, but that is not a problem. Maybe I'm not gonna use the texture for this kind of thing anymore. I'm considering using procedural texture instead of image texture, except for certain aspects that can be valuable, like tattoos, stuff like that, right? Drawings in the, yeah, which is not very good to make procedurally, or nor, or I think it's not that customized, that we need more freedom to operate with. So last time I was doing this I wasn't able to go directly into the wiggle bones for that, because I was starting to have issues with the deforms here, and so the interpenetrations, this skirt is particularly has a slightly more complex design. So the idea why I do not connect this mesh here with this is that because this will create some manifold thing, which could be could cause some issues. Usually this is not a good idea to do, it should be avoided, but sometimes it might have some use. Maybe this time I would have to attempt that, because it would make rigging of the skirt much easier if it works, right? So I haven't tried, to be fair, so maybe it's just a question of attempting to do this. So first thing, I think I'm going to, now instead I'm gonna dissolve, yeah, actually first let's hide this thing, and I hope this thing will be achievable, and then I'll be able to complete this part, right, of the skirt rig, and then go to the wiggle bones finally. So here, as we see, we need to, yeah, maybe merge here, so start to create some yeah, actually this, right? Now of course I'm lacking a lot of geometry here, but with this simplification it might be possible to achieve, yeah. I see that here I have a different structure. Alright, so basically more subdivision here, and then this can move down. Yeah, we need to redistribute a bit of this mesh. This is doesn't need to be perfect, it's cloth rigging, it's an approximation. It's not as important, for example, as the silhouette or the shapes of the body, I think. And so here, let's see what we can improve in here. Maybe this, and also this is bad. Yeah, so we're gonna attempt the manifold, extrude manifold, yeah, non-manifold, or manifold, I don't know what is the correct name. Apparently folding, I want folding, not non-manifolding. This will be non-manifolding, regular mesh, and manifolding is like from a plane, here you get something like that. So you have triple connection there. And so here, if I go back, of course the waves here, they are wrong. We're gonna, after the changes we've made to the topology of the mesh, then we are going to, with this new setup, I don't expect this to work like naturally, but we can make a, I haven't made the manifold thing, but instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on rest position to make a reset of the, also I'm going to make sure that this shrink wrap here won't be enabled, because maybe this is causing some cloth physics. Also I'm not using, I'm gonna use wiggle bones instead. And here okay, we got this, which is not very cool, and let's see now. Yeah, this shape is highly compromised, maybe because this would require to have some sort of how do you say, maybe I lost it, the edge crease. We're gonna see it right now, so Shift E, crease 1. No, we have, okay, we had lost them, but we got them back. So here we go, this structure here, although it's not that good looking right now. Maybe this edge crease is too much, so let's try to redo this, take off like Shift E negative 0.5, right? I think this might be a little better. So with this in hands, what I need to do is make the, we're gonna reset this. I'm gonna make this test because maybe because of these slight changes that I made to the topology, maybe things work more regularly. So I'm gonna save here, and this is today 23. All right, then we are going to get to the, hold on, let's get some soundtrack, and this Windows craziness. Okay, sorry folks, so here, let's get this soundtrack here, let's go back here, and that's it. Alright, so we are on rest position. Also, let's get the screencast keys. Now, there's the vertex groups, so I don't need any of them anymore. Batch delete all unlocked, so I keep just one that is used for the physics and also this shrink wrap that I'm trying to avoid it if possible. Maybe it's not required, I don't know. It shrink wraps this to the belt, which we don't see right now, but I'm gonna remake the belt. Not this one, there's another. Yeah, this is one to the new one to remake from character design. You see, it's different. You see the model sheets there. This is more the one that the new one. We're gonna be more angular. Alright, so then having that delete, click this and wave paint mode, and ignore these waves, there might be something else. Transfer waves, but on nearest face interpolated and by name. Then now everything is copied. Now I need to go on pose mode, pose position. Okay, so it doesn't work. We still have craziness. This could be also, I think I could try to solve this manually. Maybe the bad transference of weights for this skirt is actually just because of the bones I have there. It doesn't transfer well to transfer weight, which is a shame. So this is, I would like to have it automated, but what we see basically is that at some point we have already some crazy interaction, but what I might consider, I wasn't doing this before, indeed, is that, okay, let's look the bones that relate to this. So maybe the weights were very badly transferred. These are helper bones, and this for the type. Oh, we see there. And there are also the torso. Yeah, so we see that there are some basic problems. The transfer didn't work well for the way I use the operator, the way it is set. So apparently this part of the skirt is too far away from, right? But if I start doing this, I will probably have some issues also. So maybe I just try to blur this out and see if this can help anyhow. Because this is not exactly like... Yeah, the skirt can also suffer from artifacts, right? Especially, yeah. Do I have auto normalize on? No, it's good. Okay, so this is what I'm doing here is questionable because it wasn't transferred. So instead I don't know what's happening. There's some strange color there. Maybe it's just some effect that I don't know, but we'll try to maintain it as it was. Maybe just some... Yeah, I think this is not wave painting. This is some visual artifact that doesn't have much relevance. So this is the back. All this might help slightly. Smoothing out, in most cases, smoothing out is safe. Yeah, you see, this stain there doesn't disappear, so okay. I think I don't need double side stuff, right? It seems to be yeah, it was getting double-sided. Sometimes that can happen here too. I think that's it. I don't have other helper bones. I fixed this with these are helper bones. They just are some leverage of the belly, of the buttocks, according to the thigh rotations. It just has got some transformation bone constraints, yes. Copy transform, what is this? Crotch, I have a crotch bone still? Yeah, maybe I have. No, I think I deleted the crotch bone. These are part of crotch bone, so... Now apparently there exists one, but it's an old one, might be... because if there was a crotch bone, I would be seeing it somewhere here. So this crotch bone might be some old thing from the pelvis. So it's still there, but it's like... Oh no, it's this one. This is correct. Okay, so this is the like a control bone for a tweak bone, so it's not like it's to manipulate all them at once, right? So it's here, but we don't need that. This usually, yeah, it's just an extra controller because they are left side. I have in principle these move individually and automated, but besides the automation they still have this. Why this is not in replace, and also the transformation bone constraint, they are set to add, so there's nothing like a copy location replace mix. So okay, so they are free to move, and these can control, but this is itself, it's related to the command hips. Yeah, so it is I think it's this one. Yeah, so it's a sort of the regular control bone for the hips. So my strategy here for the pelvis rigging, the complex joint of the hips and the thigh, is that I use this not as a final solution, just as some mechanisms to help what the rotation in their own wouldn't do, which is leverage the buttocks. This one, maybe something moving down also when the leg bends forwards, and this the opposite. Well, maybe not, it will have some interaction, I don't remember right now, but they don't solve the rig themselves, it's too simple. They actually just, they also don't necessarily correct, they are not exactly for correcting artifact. They may help, but what they help, they create this additional mechanism for the thigh rotations, and then the rest is corrective shape keys method. I have corrective shape keys for and then I was thinking, yeah, maybe I would need to send corrective. Oh, we still have some. Wait, I think something happened to the corrective. Oh, I think it's disabled. I might have disabled it for some, because it's just not working. I haven't touched that mesh, so I don't know what's happening, what's going on. This was not okay. Something broke here, but I'm not sure what is it. You see the horrible artifacts there. Let's see if this mesh here is having. So, oh, I see what happened. Apparently, I destroyed the corrective shape keys. I have to get it back from a previous file. So I think this, I was trying to correct something here, and I propagated to shapes from the basis to everything. Yeah, this is unfortunate, but let's try to. Yeah, this is urgent. I need to, because then I want to see what if I transfer shape keys, some stuff to the skirt too. This is something I'm not sure if it is valid technique. I know it's possible, something like that. It will work like a cage mesh transform. So I'm going to open here an older version, maybe this one, and we need to access the bones. Yeah, here. So okay, you see, it seems to. No, I've lost here again. Okay, I need to go back version and version. No, apparently it is there, but something indeed broke in so the corrective shape keys is here. But it used to work perfectly. I don't believe I made change to the that when I was remodeling the cloth, the skirt, I don't believe I might have made change to the is it still here? And here was prior that I concluded that new skirts design, so it was broke some time ago, so okay, I'll have to fix it anyways. This will hinder a bit my progress here. So I cannot make the tests properly, but at least let's see if at least this works. Okay, it is there. All right, so I didn't lost as I thought. Alright, last bet, so I don't need to append anything, I just need to recover, maybe I just did the change to the mesh geometry there and messed up, yeah, pretty annoying, but okay, so let's attempt the non-manifold thing, because we see that wave painting actually solved some stuff, and I need to, yeah, this today, even if I don't conclude the wave painting, right, of the skirt to follow up closely, like as if even if I had to do some correctly shaped keys later, even if I don't solve all that, I will attempt to create a system for physics, right? So this I'm curious to know how what can be achieved from that with wiggle bones. Now that I know how they work for the hair, which is already working with wiggle bones basically. So let's try to. Yes, I could create the structure, so we have some okay, so you don't have anything here, so start to create that. Yeah, with these corrections, let's try to make some. So I don't need this crotch thing, so it's just. What's the relations here? This is parent to this. Okay, we can get this to be the. Or this one handle, no, this one is better. Okay, so to connect the clothes, so we got we just need that. and then I'm going to add some bones here. So rotate on Y. Actually, this is bone roll 90. Okay, rotate negative 90. These will be deformed bones, so they don't need to match perfectly, right? They can be slightly offset. The important thing, I think, is that they will generate the wiggle. So this will be like the skirt cloth. So skirt. This is like left, yeah, skirt left, and I need to wig. Yeah, no, this is complicated because other bones. Well, I can do that. It's actually good. This for now, so gotta simplify. So, and then we extrude, and this. So we're gonna make some changes here. We can be a bit creative here when we understand better the technique. It's easier to be creative with this stuff and have it work. So of course we messed up. Let's pivot around here. Move this up there. And make some more. Yeah, why not have like a split here? It's like doesn't make much. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm just not sure if it is going to be actually a good idea. No, actually this is the whole skirt, right? So okay, so instead let's do differently. Let's okay, then I want to parent this one to here already. So skirt. Okay, so this will be the base, right? It received. So we don't need to wave paint here. We're gonna symmetrize. We're gonna pick those things again. We're going to make some changes here to I hate this looping here. cannot never find what I need. Bones. Then set name, whatever. So this, yeah, now they have different names. They don't match left and right, so they are not symmetrizing. There'll be other ways to do this actually. So here I'm going to align this with perhaps this. Then I bring them to the middle. Then I move here, here. So I'm gonna call them set new name. So set name will be wig skirt forward, backward. Yeah, I'm using BD and forward FD. So I'm gonna do this again here, except now we're going to rotate and align with global z-axis. Alright, then we get align this with this. The size will be okay. The size need to adapt, and here I can think of maybe having another one. Same here. Oh, I had bones, of course. Of course, transfer wave was not working. I need cloth bones, right? Exactly what I didn't have them. So of course I was having frustrations, deep frustrations, because the bones of the body wouldn't adapt themselves to the skirt, so it would be difficult for the skirt to auto waves to solve it by their own, right? So I was being very noobish. Yeah, I need a lot more experience with cloth rigging to get used to that, but oh, that's okay. We learn by making mistakes. So this seems to be okay. Then here, let's continue this rotation here. Of course, this seems to be a bit wrong. Maybe we need to do something like this. I think this is valid. I think 3 bones should be enough. Three wiggling bones. So you see how rotation on alright, we need to align the SX0. There we go. I was saying, you see how we can make those alignments on with bones on edit mode, right? And rotations, simultaneous rotations and all that. It's a bit complicated. It's not as intuitive, I think, as in pose mode. Okay, this is mostly correct, right? Let's then scale that. Then go here again and see, we check that there are some unalignments, and here that seems to be fine, except that we're gonna change this. They have still wrong names, so we're gonna copy that one, and then we get here, set name FD, so FD forward, okay. And this is okay to have no 0, 1, because that means like they would be like so they all need to be deformed bone except this one. They are already, so no need to be in principle they don't need to be bendy bones. Could help, but I think that's not required. It is arguable, maybe we could have some in the mid sections to need the creation of 2 more, maybe based on these or this one. I'll try with that, maybe this is good enough. I think it won't be good enough because this part is a bit too long, but there's some hope that this will help distributing the waves. And so can we transfer waves? Is that gonna be any useful? Well, we're gonna check that anyways. Actually, what I could do indeed is, okay, I'm gonna make a test. I want to see what these bones will do if we transfer waves. So I'm gonna get the skirt, gonna go back on the rest position, and then I'm going to have here vertex groups, gonna bash delete all unlocked, then just gonna check what is this. This is already wrong anyways. It would be like here at, okay. Anyways, but this is not important. I just like to have it facilitate this transfer system. So waves, no, waves, transfer waves, and okay, I need to do that again. I think this, yeah, these bones will have no waves because they weren't part of the, okay, I see. Indeed, so it was useless. So I'm curious about here. Okay, we're gonna get these bones here and we're gonna select all of them except this one. And I'm going to make assign automatic from waves. Yes. We see that the waves are not very potent. And of course there was hidden mesh. It doesn't matter if it is hidden or not. We see that some waves are rather bad, like this one. And I think because there were already waves in here, so I think this affects. So what I'm going to do is delete everything and I'll remake the operator here. So actually I can select this and invert selection, then assign automatic from waves. Now you can see apparently the waves are no, they aren't. Maybe they changed a little. No, they look like just the same, right? So yeah, I could probably improve this. This is probably, if I go back here on pose position, it's not too bad. It makes no much sense to me, but usually I'm not very familiar with automatic waves, so of course it's not always perfect. Usually it should be beneficial to have blended waves here, so this is a bit risky because I don't know for real. But my experience, of course, this doesn't seem correct at all. So here probably want and the rest I'm going to consider like oh, this is interesting. Yeah, we can have this sort of, I haven't thought about that, but that's interesting. The way this can be represented in waves. Yeah, why not? I need to separate right between the what is front and back clothes. This seems to be wrong. So with these two layers of skirt, of course, this will make things a bit more, yeah, complicated in so many ways, right? Here is just a question of getting waves there. Okay. how would that work now? Individually we can already think that it can. Individually it seems to, as just the skirt, it seems regularly good. Maybe requires some more smoothness, but overall it seems to be good. I could assign them all to get some sort of smoothness. So here, if I now, this won't really help. It's just to check what happens, but actually it's not. So let's selected pose deform selected pose bones. Yes, I'm going to get, I don't know. Yeah, so it was a generic blurring thing, should be fine. I think it got a little better. These ones maybe too much waves here. And here too, so must be careful about that. Yeah, so there are some excessive interpenetrations there, which I'm not sure. Maybe should completely avoid this. Yeah, we can. Oh, I see. It's inverse stuff. They're bad, evil stuff. These in the center are fine. Just occur to the bones that are in left or right. At least that's right. Alright, it looks okay. Let's get those wiggle bones now. The physics, finally. I waited so long for this. It was okay. Then I had to make a more complicated design just to make the stuff. This wasn't the original. One of the original designers of the skirts. To think about this. If you want to make a project faster, it's actually not a good idea to make complex character designs for 3D, right? Unless you already know how to solve the basic ones first, and then you go. So I'm doing all backwards. So let's continue here. So wiggle bones, wiggle add-ons. 2 add-on actually, so here that works on later versions of Blender. So for example 3.6.4 wiggle 2 add-on is great here. So basically for the skirt I want all of them to be tail physics bones. Yeah, all of them tail, so these are part of chain, so everything is chain. Alright, so this already set. And if we play, well, we can't see anything because anyways we need to go to pose position. So the wiggle thing is already working. There are no collisions, so this is a problem, and it's of course it lags a lot anyways. Maybe I should look at another. This won't help much. This is physics simulations, so ideally we should try to test this by some, yeah, we can test in real time. So basically if I let it play, and but this is even too long, so let's make animation instead. So reset positions, let's give this here, and you can even pause the wiggle bones themselves, but I'm not gonna do this. We want a more simple test. Let's make the loop physics. Maybe this is help. It's not a loop that I'm making, but the skirt is very, the wiggle bones are moving too much, right? So maybe we need to augment their stiffness. So actually we can select enable. This will, we don't need alt here. With just a selection of wiggle bones, it will do automatically. It's a great feature that. So I've duplicated the stiffness. So now all the chains, they are much stiff. And what I can do is perhaps augment the gravity for these wiggles, double it. I don't like it, I think it's too strong, so maybe try to get this stiffness to a little more. Okay, this is better for this skirt. Much better, but I could make some changes for perhaps these ones. So yeah, for these ones I can try, like, instead of, can get it like 800. So actually they were, what is interesting, they, when they are chained, like in this case they are connected parenting at least, the children, they will follow a pattern of stiffness. That means that even if all of them have the same stiffness, like it was all 1000, there will be, you don't necessarily need to change gradual stiffness as we go down the chain, for example, to feel more natural, because the fact they are connected, there is already a natural sense of restriction. But if we do the stiffness as I did here, lowering, of course that will generate even more effects to the lower ones, right? So this is interesting. What is interesting is that we can sustain good stiffness, strong stiffness on whichever. So I'll get here maybe 100 tons. Here I think I'll still give to this like 1000, and the lower ones, they will be maybe even lesser. So I can hide this. To make this possible and to make this better, I need maybe a multi-selection, right? And I made those bones right there, so color groups, right? So yeah, totally feasible. So let's try it. This is exaggerated, but maybe it's cool. Maybe it's too little, so let's get to 700, while these are... Yeah, this could be some sort of intermediate value, so 800 for them. So let's do the thing here. So this will be like deformed, alright? Then the problem is that I'll be lacking color here, colors. Yeah, we can, these are more similar, so I have a third color, so at this point it would be better to have more colors. Well, besides the interpenetration, yeah, there's interpenetration between the skirts. Alright, this is something. The collisions now. So I need a collection here. The tutorials, they often, some will say about this works as in games, game engines. You want to, game engines. You want, or engines. You want to have. We want to have as collision objects that are simpler. Otherwise, it will be very complicated for calculations. I think it's understandable because the Blender will have to try to figure out all the mesh, and all the meshes of the body is deformable, right? Is armature deformed, there are shape keys. So using, sorry, the solution to that could be like creating some base mesh shapes for the parts of the body, and they will move like together with the, just to have a sense of collisions, right? Some approximation. So it might not be perfect, but might be good enough. I have never tried that. Sorry, I was eating some biscuits. So here we, because I'm using bendy bone, these wiggle bones, maybe that's a good approach. So, and actually these shapes, if they are closer to the body, if they match the, that also can have another utility for rigging, which is knowing for, because of the artifacts especially, knowing, having a visual reference of the volume loss or volume gain, for example, of the thigh and the hips as the leg rotates, and the joints rotation in the creates strong artifacts near the joints regions, and so it's very easy, even if you are an artist like me. I'm a 2D artist. I know how to draw these complex poses. However, human figure, right? Characters in perspective, whatever. But to look the shapes in 3D, sometimes you lose. It's very easy to lose the sense of the volume. And so sometimes you don't really, it's difficult, it's bizarre, but it's something that happened to me. I saw another rigger I was talking to having the same problem, although he wasn't a 2D artist, I think. But the problem, sorry, the problem was exactly similar. So let's create that structure, right? It will be some, yeah, I could make a cylinder, maybe it would be the easiest way to start. Let's rotate. Yeah, it will be like a base block, right? Thinking about it, now I cannot have it as multiple objects, so otherwise I want to move them ballistically. That means I want to move them as objects, so object constraints, right? I don't want to follow the patterns of if I try to create those shapes, one cylinder here, one cylinder there, unless I could constrain by vertex groups. Can I target? No, I cannot use a vertex group, so I cannot separate. So I need to make blocky stuff. It doesn't mean I cannot shape these cylinders better. I intend to, but I think you got the idea, right? So I can turn this wireframe even. I'm not sure if it will be the greatest idea. So it's viewport display in front, maybe, yes, just for now, and wire. Yeah, I think this is a good setup. Maybe as wire. Well, no, I think it's even if it's display as wire, it doesn't mean that there are holes there. So there are still faces there, so that's fine. So this will be a bit annoying. I could pick exactly the shape of the thigh, but then this means that that would mean that the type itself would be that this object that I'm trying to create would be too complicated, right? So okay, I got an idea. I'm going to hide this. Let's try to pick this to the center, then we get this. Extrude to try to match. Dissolve. I also maybe don't need all these subdivisions. So for example, I think there's some unsubdivide, yeah. And then I can use perhaps some sort of. No, it didn't. I need to adjust this separately. Okay, it doesn't. It kind of messes the mesh, so. Why it seems that this is already messed up? I think I did something to this object. Alright, yeah, sorry folks, need to... Okay, if I hide, maybe here it would be easier. And subdivide, no. This wireframe now it's turning counterintuitive, right? So the idea is to have these as colliders with less geometry, low poly, right? So of course it will be good to have good shape. I think with this last one this will be possible. This is still, I think, a good shape for collisions, folks. I think so, but if I think it's not, why not just use a subdivision surface? Okay, I didn't mean in this way. extrude. Maybe for these I will need some, I don't know, creases, yeah. Here we can probably expand, and here we also can expand, and here so this is ballistic, if you see what I mean. So this is what the skinning algorithms won't do for you properly. It will deform the shapes, right? So even the pivot point is not good. Okay, the origin of this object is not good, so also I need this. Okay, still not good, the pivot point, but it doesn't really matter. Just trying to show the... Yeah, now it's fine. So I'm really not sure how much I need to work on this thing, but this is just for the skirt, right? But I'm using as a that extra reference, right? You remember? So there's probably more uses for this than just the collision, so it's interesting to get it some good attention. And can I just scale this according to... Yeah, there we go. As a matter of reference, this is just like... This seems to be... good enough. As a matter of collision, maybe we need to get it... Well, by the way, the collisions, we need to know that in the wiggle bones they can be adapted. There is a range, a distance, so I don't need, for example, to make this thing match exactly, you see, because I can have the... We can have the... Exactly, yeah, so if it is too large, it's okay, because we can okay, let's assume this is correct, but I need cylinder. So this is like collision left, collision leg left, thigh left. I can also, let's change this origin, by the way, maybe. I'm not sure if it didn't. To 3D cursor, alright. I'm not sure this is a good idea, but it should help at least for the collisions. If it doesn't help for the reference of volume, the idea of reference of volume would be better just with the type itself. Now, however, I'm not sure if the subdivision is how it will interact with the collisions. Maybe it's bad, maybe it's, we'll see. If it lags too much, so now we can like, can we symmetrize this thing? I think this doesn't work as bones. Symmetrize, no. Okay, so duplicate, mirror, global X, there we go, and then we call this left, right, and we gonna, I have already something with collisions, so we can start. Hopefully it's not all the clothes that will require collisions, so I need also an extra object for the type. So I'll pick this, and I'm also going to, oh, they are keyframe, never mind. We need, this was dangerous, we need to get this parented to the armature with bone, except that, oh yes, I can actually, alright, so I can already do something like that. I get here, I will get the bone, add, no, it's not modifier, it's the bone. Hold on, folks. Music notes, we're gonna continue. Okay, my bone layers. So basically I want to first lock this stuff. Oh, I need to apply alt transforms, I guess. Yes, alt lock everything. Then also let's get this to wireframe again, so in front but show as wire. This same thing. Then armature, we're gonna get the deform legs, so I'll pick the deform bone here, get this, the armature, parent to bone, so it parented to the active bone, and so this means that if I'll do the same now for this other, no, it's this, yeah, okay, armature, select the bone, only this bone, then this armature, Control P, bone. So what that means is that this object now is parented. Don't make the change here, sometimes it fails for some reason. It's better to make from the 3D viewport editor, and then those are parented to type. So this in principle means that this should, the cylinders should rotate seamless. Okay, I have no idea what happened here. I think I've unmade some I don't know what's going on. Maybe there are some keyframes there. Let's cancel. No, it was not keyframe, so maybe I made some wrong parenting. No. This I parented the Okay, I think with empty groups. Alright, so back to normal apparently. So apparently I've unmade the parent of this, of the body, but now it's back. It didn't affect the waves, but however this is not following the bones. I think, oh, it wasn't parented after all. Okay, then let's do it again. So apparently I ended up parenting something else, so parent to bone, and it refuses to collaborate. Maybe it needs some bone constraint, so I didn't know that. No, it is moving. Oh, it's the rest position, of course. Yeah, so so apparently I just need to get this thing. Okay, I've unmade it, so the rest position is correct. So if I get this again, so let's not make the mistake again. So parent to bone. Now if I go back on here, now it follows accordingly. Yes, now it's perfect. It's totally following in. No, indeed, no need bone constraints. No need. Not required to have a object constraint for this, because the parenting was already doing the job of the ballistic things. So now we have this object following the type, and this should help in getting good collision. And I made the collection because this will be a collisions collection for the actually collisions. We're gonna get actually new, and we'll call that collision skirt. Yeah, so whatever is will be just these ones for now, but I think I'll have more. I'm giving this color here, so, and these were collisions for something else. I think that for the physics. So I still need to get rest position here. To make this parenting, apparently we need the proper setup. I'm not sure, but that seems to be the case. So now collision tight parent bone. Okay, so of course the skirt shouldn't be enough for the skirt to collision to that, but it's not like the skirt will be interpenetrating here and well, maybe in the buttocks, right? So, and also here. So my idea will have to be an extra object, but we can already attempt now to see if we can do something. So we go on pose mode, we check I have these collisions, and we have the mesh here, the armature, so we have the body, we have clothes. Alright, so we don't need to be checking the leggings here. And now if I check, oh, we don't have, okay, so wiggle bones first. I don't want any of these. Alright, deleted all the keyframes. Skirt, so wiggle skirt here, and this is all we need. So for all these bones, yes, we're gonna get them animation, wiggle to, done, then select enable, already select. Quality, we don't need apparently to, I've seen it's a good reference. Loop physics just for the testings or because our timeline here. We can also reset physics, by the way. Yeah, reset physics. So alright, well, why? Okay, now I have bones, so I'm not gonna use wind, I'm gonna use the... Oh, I see, I need to target. Okay, but no, of course, target object, no, target collection, collision skirt, radius. Well, now we can see, let's see what will happen. We see that there is some problematics there. It looks like they are running some asymmetry there. This first bone, it is having problem with the, or they might be causing the problem because they start already colliding. So let's, for them, delete. Then all the others, they start to create, yeah, they have some sort of... Okay, so it was not the... Okay, let's try maybe collections. There's some stuff I've heard that it might be complicated, so well, it got all reset, so let's pick this and let's give this to collide with object, and let's try that. Okay, of course we need the animation, right? So, and these two. This is not what I wanted, but maybe there's some problem with left and right. Yeah, apparently there is some problem with symmetry, so, or with something about the collections. So let's try here again. Yeah, these don't get mad, but these ones, they have apparently some problem with this. Oh, it seems to have, no, it goes crazy. We see it goes to the left a bit randomly. It's, this stuff shouldn't be related, right? So it's like it's yeah, that is strange. Maybe there's something about, maybe it could be something simpler, I don't know. Let's try again. Collection. Alright, then let's get reset physics. No. Yeah, it has some problem. Maybe it relates to symmetry. If that's the case, maybe it's the mirror modifier. So I'm going to save here. I'm going to try to apply here. No, it's nothing related to the mirror modifier. What if I get some... I think this wouldn't work. This is kind of crazy idea. Yeah, no, this can't be correct because yeah, it can't be correct because the bone, unless I created this with armature bone constraints. Yes. So it is possible actually to do that. It would be perhaps easier. Maybe this could avoid some. I doubt it, but it will be a single object, right? Let's try that, folks. So no, but how would I target that thing? Well, it is mesh, but then algorithm break. Yeah, the object can only have would be a copy. So yeah, that's the problem. I'm not used to object constraints, but would be some rotation which would target vertex group. It's kind of crazy, right? What I'm trying to do. No, this is not supposed to exist. Because exactly this kind of parenting to bone is exactly, it doesn't rely on vertex groups. It's the whole object, like its bulk, stiffness. Alright, so let's forget about this idea here. Maybe there would be a way, but it's not that simple. So I cannot use this. At least I have this object follow the type, and at least these sides I can have, but we haven't tried the. Okay, so maybe I'll have to create some. Yeah, that's pretty annoying, but the fact that these colliders don't work in the center, so with collections properly, might be some bug that Wiggle add-on might have to solve in the future. I hope soon. Animation, right? So let's get back the. Get back the this bone here, and we can sort of animate this. So start here, then get here, then here, there's a lot of motion already, should be enough. Oh, okay, but I wanted to test this side, so all this is useless. Let's do it again. Alright, let's try now. We also don't need to look at these collections here. It's hard to see. well, it's clear that the collisions don't seem to be happening on this side, as little here though. That's why where more bombs is required. The other side also seems to be controlled. So that collision system seems to have worked very well at very locally. So this means that okay, it works, but it seems to work, but it's time consuming. So does that mean that we cannot have central bones? That we have to make... Yeah, that will be annoying, but it's not that bad. There are situations like that, like bendy bone splines, this also is a problem. I didn't have this problem with the hair because I didn't set collisions. What is this? Some texture, I guess. Okay, so if I take off the colliders, the collisions, then probably we'll go back to see the interpenetrations here. Well, not really. So I'm not, in principle I have tested this makes, so this has an effect, so we can see that, probably we can see that in real time if I augmented this radius, for example, to 1. Yeah, so you see it's real time. So the wave painting apparently was good enough, there are not much mesh moving there, so radius could be like friction. We could perhaps augment friction. Bounce, maybe this one can have more bounce. It goes up to 1 though. And stickiness. Yeah, this has more frictions. Yes, we can. Alright, so because of this problem of the collision collections, what I can do here is indeed try to remake those things. So I'm going to shift D this. We're going to maybe make, in many tutorials, see they've made many of these, so maybe that's exactly because this is indeed problematic. Actually, let me check. We go Steve. How is the hollow? Okay, I know this is how I find this tutorial. There's a hollow example on the head of the character. Okay. I have many clips on this tutorial here, it's very good, very instructive. So you see the skirt is a large one, but you see how many I want a frontal view. I want to see if there is a front. Yeah, apparently won't there be... Yeah, I want to see if there is a chain of bone exactly in the center, because maybe there isn't. this is a thing that I think wasn't mentioned, if that was the case, but it seems to be relevant. Here I just cannot realize. It's difficult to see because there are the bones that are behind. Well, there's this. It seems to be one in the middle, this one, but it's... well, from even that angle... Okay, maybe we can count here. Starting from this side. 1, 2, no. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, is this? No, this is the... One, 2, 3, 4. And here I see nothing. Oh, there's one here. 5. The problem is that it's rotated, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's too hard. Here is C again. This looks more of... This from the back view. We see that it seems to be split. No, but then we see that this might be the front and the back. This is really hard to check. There seems to be a gap from this angle. Here finally. Apparently there is one central one and the back central one. So it's slightly looking from this side. So okay, there are central ones, but actually maybe this, although it's economic, maybe this is something to be avoided because of the collisions issue. So here I'm gonna Ctrl Shift D and I'm going to set name suffix of left for this. Didn't work because we need to set the bones. And so this is wig, skirt, forward. Yeah, this will be like center forward, whatever. Then we symmetrize them. I'm gonna remake these waves anyways. Gonna reposition. No, this is wrong. These are going to be somewhere like here. Okay, let's do this, and then of course it will be better in the rest position, correct? Yeah, now that's right. Then we pick all that. We got here. And for this I would like also to have them rolling. I can just roll them all simultaneously, that works. And yeah, let's get them really here. Maybe more rolling there. And now also this seems really to be too much to the back. Maybe I can make something right here. This is okay. This one, so you're gonna bring this to here. So I'm gonna push this to the need to adapt their scales here, their rotations. All right, is this good enough? Here. Good, so we'll give these new names. Set name, find replace. Instead of Control FD, we're gonna be Center F. Forward is forward. Actually, this is forward center. Yeah, it's incorrect, but it's not appropriate. But the point left tells something. So forward, center, forward, left, point left. And then we need to change this here too. I probably will get rid of this. Now the cool thing is they have some good positioning, so they just don't have good naming. So we're gonna delete this. Give them, okay, let's pick this, actually this. Set name backward, center, left. Alright, there we go. Then we pick this, place here. Try to position this somewhere here. Same thing about them scales. That is good. Then here we can probably reposition a little. That seems good. Okay, I buy this. Let's consider now the namings. Just change this to, so copy this, So backward, left. Great, and more wave painting. And of course there are wiggles, but first wave painting, right folks? Don't need the here. So this time I'll try to fix everything in an appropriated way. So I'll stop being messy with that. And I'm not doing the manifold thing, so it's disconnected mesh for now. For wave painting, I'm okay, so I can select this, invert, go on wave paint mode, and what I need to do is actually actually also symmetrize. Alright, then okay, all parented, this seems correct. So there are wrong waves on some parts. The bones that were already waves, I need to make sure that they don't get contaminated mesh. So none of these ones have waves, so it's just have the side ones that I have to fix and re-weight everything. So but we're gonna do different. So here I'm going to pick this and wave subtract, right? Actually must be on, could be mix, but doesn't matter. This is Shift K. Then here we invert, no, here mask, invert, paint mask option, right? No, paint mask option, and we take all that. Okay, so now this is clean, so we start working from the top and then the bottom. So we're gonna use paint mask all the time. So here we can start with that. Yeah, we want maximum waves here, so we'll try to avoid the too much waves on other regions, right? We can have at least some blended waves, but then really low stuff. Actually I have more bombs here, so actually these waves are probably very inaccurate, so I'm going to even make more developments here. Alright, this seems good. Then yeah, now I'm reluctant. Why have so many bones? Can't we do assign auto waves for this? This shouldn't be too bad, right? No, they will mess up. Okay, we can protect. Yeah. So unless there was separated mesh or some way to lock. There is. Okay, so I think there is a way. If I no, but it will take. Yeah, I have to paint anyway, so it's not that simple. Yeah, so no, we'll do the manual way, and yeah, what I can do is like just do this and then apply the blurring. Provide the blur is only to connected mesh. with this because I'm not sure. Oh no, this is the mirror. Okay. Fine. Then about this one, I think it can take that and not the lower part. Yeah, it's stupid to have an extra bone that will take both ways when I wanted originally to separate those things, just like that I want. So maybe there's an extra bone there that is redundant, that is like wishful thinking. It will hold waves then just for this part. Okay, it's like a more variation maybe, but it probably is not required. So this holds waves in the center. Good. And now we can do the inverse, except that yeah, we blur later. Blurring shouldn't affect the... So now we select this and we can hide that, and so now we just are looking at this mesh. The rest is protected, so we can go full waves here. The problem is that this skirt has no blended waves now, this lower one. And so this is why maybe this is relevant here. With blended waves we can have some more interactions, right? Otherwise the waves of that one would be one to everything. It's like brutal. It's like stiff. But also, unfortunately, what I'm doing here, because the clothes are separated, it's also a bit dangerous, so it's not perfect. Yeah, here I could try to get some waves there, and also here, right? And then here we get, especially on the top, right? And some blended waves there. Alright, remember that we're going to, yeah, here too, let's get some blend waves here. And now here no, what I'm doing, this is the wrong bone. I want here. Okay, this, and then here, right? I see some resistance there, maybe the bone is in the way. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's a glitch. Not sure. There's no locked layer to be able to do that, so I have no idea. Looks like a glitch. Oh, okay, this is the right side. Of course. Not a glitch. I was painting the... Now we can fix this. thought this was the bone in the center. I have no bone in the center now. They are two. So yeah, we want blended waves. And not this. Okay, what happened? Okay, no, this is correct. This one don't have waves in the, except this one, because it's two bones only. So this is ready. Only need here these ones. So this will be like, no, again this is the wrong side. It's here. So we want much waves here, then here also. And that's it. And we're ready. Now we can select all those things and get them to have waves smooth, and get maybe some factor of smoothness. I know 0.5, it just says some generic stuff. And now if I can hide that and select the mesh, not that that matters now that this part of wave paint is ready. Now we can go back to animation, pose position. Okay, apparently those bones don't have wiggle physics, maybe just these ones. We have to remake this. So all these bones so this had already something set up. Alright, so let's pick all these. We're gonna get them copy settings to selected, right? And we get them assign this color. There should have some tail motion, but I'm seeing nothing. Maybe they are too stiff. Okay, let's change this, then let's see, return this to basic. Okay, so maybe starting at this is good. So 1000, this is too much for them, so let's try. This is also too much, so 600 maybe. Start to be better, but then 400 seems to be too much, slightly too much, so 500. Alright, let's skip that. Then we get here these ones to be orange, and they will be the copy settings of this one, which stiffness we can reduce to a little more, and then we get copy settings. Alright, you see they are extremely stiff collisions. Yeah, extreme stiffness. Select here. Now I have these selections. Let's try 200. Just like everything is dead, it's like the physics are not even working. I think the collisions are... Oh, of course, these are colliding with wrong type also. I couldn't have done that. Alright, that... it seems that they were... Yeah, there seem to have some... Okay, now it's doing a lot of motion, but you see the interpenetrations there. This one is still working fine. No, well, maybe this because... Okay, we can perhaps try to augment the radius here. So we pick this. Let's try to... Okay, these bones still... Okay, of course, these ones I know. We don't have a collision with buttocks, so this is a problem too. This could take a long time to fix without a better collider here, but it's... Maybe you have like double this value. We still see it's not good enough, so friction bounce, no. Sticky, no. Okay, let's augment this like... We see that this avoids most important, so it's effective, but we need to find some... reset. Of course, these ones also need the same or similar stuff. Oh, these are already from the right side. No, we don't give them this, so what you can do is copy this. Yeah, we can copy for them this the data, but we changed that for the... We take off the reference, which I don't remember which is. Doesn't matter, we get the right ones and we change to right because it exists, and so here we know that no, it wasn't, this wasn't maintained. I don't, yeah, I copied wrong data here, so let's give it like 30 for now. So 30, yeah, to everyone. I just cannot copy everything, I need to have all them selected. And why not do this? Yeah, why not do this for everyone? I'll simplify. Okay, then for the orange we're gonna do 0.3 or even more. Maybe on the bounce. Friction is already at maximum. Let's go back to the red. Maybe we can reduce this radio a little, because it's on the tail. Ah no, it's the tail of this. Alright, so this requires some, yeah. Let's give it 33. We don't want bounce too much. Well, let's leave it default. Let's go to these ones. Radius here we want more. And here we cannot want bounce. Okay, and the last ones, so these ones that don't have, yeah, so instead we select all, this select, we're gonna paint them as this, and then we're gonna give them this parameter, so copy settings, except that radius we're gonna augment, keep at 45, yeah, okay. Here maybe for this one we reduce a little, and now we go on these ones. Okay, we pick this, but we deselect this. No. Deselect this, this, and this. And we change this to right, so I think now this is correct, and we save because a lot of change. This doesn't seem to be working. I think, yeah, maybe a reset physics. No, okay, so this is probably something that went wrong. Let's see. Probably got some, yeah, this one from the left. And here I don't know what's going on. No, right. Lacking targets. Alright, so let's do manually. Let's pick all this. And copy here. I think I've made some wrong keyframe on these bones. Yeah, totally. Reset physics. Still something happening. The left side seemed to be good. The animation is strange though. Could be something about the... Okay, let's revise the symmetry then. Well, this seems to be perfectly equivalent. Maybe there are some wave paint problems. Yeah, I think there's lacking wave paint. I haven't checked, so... No, it seems to have been symmetrized properly. Exactly, all looks clean, so I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with the collider objects. Now the object seems to be parented correctly. Okay, what if I take off the collisions for everything? Do we still have problems? No, it seems to be working regularly. Just interpenetrations, right? So okay, let's try something like collisions just for these bones in the end, right? So at like 0.2, I don't know. So I'm gonna copy to selected, then this one will copy to selected, except that we deselect this, do it right. Something, I did it wrong, so didn't work, so okay, I know why it didn't work, so I pick this and we need to have this as the reference. Copy to selected, except that here will change again. So I'm making this just for okay, this is indeed the right, this is the Okay, so it's clear that we need some... This bouncing is maybe too much, so let's pick these ones. They don't have gravity, they don't have the collisions, so neither these ones, so it's just these ones. So we're gonna take off this bounce thing and we're gonna mount the friction. Stickiness, I have, I have some notes here. No, not for collisions. Yeah, I have for the other settings. So margin beyond radius to keep it stuck to surface. Okay, so it's like a limitation so that it doesn't go too far, so maybe that's appropriate. It will be a shrink wrap outside. Okay, so now maybe just need to get these ones to get collision. So radius in comparison to this, this don't need that much radius, can have more friction, and also stickiness shouldn't go too far, and yeah, bounce maybe 0 bounce, and then we just need to make sure to get here 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it, there are just 4. Or does that count? Yes, this counts too, but it's like type right just for that. Okay, this should do something interesting, but nope. It's going crazy. Maybe more mass to this stuff, right? It's so very hard to get this thing. Maybe more quality here. After all, this is... No, I'm going to reset. No, okay, so let's get everything to some extra mass. Doubling the mass. Doesn't really help. The collisions are just too strong. Yeah, it's making the bones go too crazy on the... Oh, they still have too much bounce, maybe. feels like this data wasn't copied properly. Why these don't have, well, they have max friction. This seems to have, I need to click, alright. Let's not that go too far. Margin beyond radius to keep it stuck to surface. Yeah, the more this thickness is, the more it could go far away let's leave it as this and reduce the radius, and now get to this and click here. Don't seem to be doing much. The collisions are just too strong, are slapping the skirt in very crazy ways. Actually, select all, grab mass 20. Let's see if this helps. No. What about getting some stretch in? Dumping. Yeah, alright, so let's pick this and give this of dump. Then this and get it maybe more stiffness at this point, and dump 5. $600. Dump gravity 2. Dump 10. All right. Dump 6. Stiffness 500. Mass 10, half. Reset physics. Let's go to beginning. Quality. No. 2. I don't see much. Then reset physics. Let's try now these ones to have like mass 4, stiffness of, actually no, what I'm doing, select here, stiffness 300, stretch, yeah, let's give them some stretch. And dump, these ones don't need much dump. Gravity, okay, let's leave like that. Reset physics, let's see now. Yeah, we see the stretchness. This is Stretchness is interesting, but it's too much, so let's try stretch. And also for this, let's also get some very tiny stretch amount. Okay, we're starting to get something more adequate, but there are still a lot of artifacts going on. Let's see from other. At least the bones are not going too crazy in relation to the. Yeah, and then I'm lacking some. You see, the bones are not. It's like they are gluing to the collision, friction. Yeah, we don't need that friction. So let's. Maybe this was a mistake. Well, these don't need any friction, maybe. Well, I remember why I wanted this. Yeah, here you go. This is the cause. We want perhaps some friction, but not too much. Reset physics. Yeah, so despite all that I've learned, it's really complicated to make those physics for cloth rigging, using even trying to do everything like correct. It's still like very hard. What about some quality here? Overdose of quality. Reset physics, restart. Maybe baking would. It should look good even before baking. So here I'm sort of convinced that the real culprits of these problems are the collisions. Yeah, collisions are like. Otherwise, without collisions, it's safer. We have interpenetration, but you see, the collisions interaction seems to be very bad still. Wouldn't there be another way to solve the collisions if not using this? Well, I think I know something that can help. So for example, I have never tried this for this sort of cloth rigging, but maybe this is accurate. Let's check this out. So I have a shrink wrap. I'm going to add a shrink wrap modifier, and then I'm going to place it after the armature. The other is inactive, doesn't matter. Then I'm gonna go outside. I'm targeting this. I need vertex group. Yeah, let's start targeting the body. It's probably a bad idea, but then we want a positive, so it will be so the skirt cannot the whole skirt, but we're gonna make it different. We need some sort of vertex group target here, so it would be like Ideally I would do this left and right, but let's try with this first. So collision, so actually this is shrink wrap collision, left skirt, yeah, left, whatever, no, it's just that. Then what we do is that I'm gonna pick only the skirt here, then I'm going to select these vertices and assign them to 1. Then I'll pick this and this and this and assign to like 0.9. So this is a gradient. So here actually I'm going to hide this. Now pick this and we'll assign to 0.8. So here assign to 0.7. Then I can hide that. So this will be like 0.8. This will be like 0.7. This will be like 0.5. And this will be like 0.1. And that's it. And the other, well, the other could have, yeah, 0.05, whatever. This could actually have 0. 0. I don't know how many. Yeah, 0. Was that this that I gave to this? Okay, that let it be. Here will be 0.1 sign, and this could be like 0.2 instead. Alright, so with this wave paint degradee of the shrink wrap, which is dangerous, is if the character with her hands touch the skirt, it will shrink, it will cause issues. But so this is why the idea would be to target this stuff instead. Now let's see if this has any chance of working. We need the shrink wrap here. Alright, and offset, we can see if this produces. Well, it seemed to be somewhat. Yeah, the effects are not enough. There are some interpenetrations. If we, so let's see if that's correct. Yeah, so there's interpenetrations indeed. So here, yeah, this combination is not very safe. We see it has some potential, but then it's too easy to, it doesn't seem to be very adequate. So I'm gonna dump that. It's hello Dan Young. So hi there, I hope all is well. Yes, mostly. I didn't get a chance to record anything over the week. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. I was also very busy that weekend and I wouldn't have much time to check it. So, but anyways, take your time, don't worry about that. As you can see, I'm here trying to find some ways to get this. I thought it would be easier, the bones are moving properly, but oh, of course, maybe. No, if I transfer waves, it's wrong. No, it's not wrong. Of course. Alright, so maybe this is gonna be dangerous because I'm gonna assign waves. Yes, of course, the type itself, the bones of the body, have no waves influence on the skirt, and maybe they should, because yeah. So here, these are only skirt bones, and so let's do these transfer waves. I'll have to reset the poses and go back to rest position, then transfer waves from the body to the skirt, wave pane mode, wave transfer wave. What is smart transfer rate? Transfer rate from active to selected origin based on wave vertex distance. Toggle wave pane. Wait, this option existed already? I didn't know that. If this is okay, we'll make a test here, but this is not. Let's just first do this. Nearest by name, there we go. Okay, so we added the waves. Now we can, there's a chance this will be better. Yes, it is better because now the skirt also is rigged to the body. So maybe this is why it was sort of failing, because as the skirt, this animation that I've done here, very simple animation, not even realistic, doesn't matter. It was just to see the motion. Yeah, so maybe that's why the collisions didn't even have much chance to work properly, because okay, so let's try this again. So I'll start with, yeah, maybe I need to set everything to collisions. So we're gonna make like, okay, I know what I'm gonna do. So working in front is better here. So any wiggle bones, we are going to target here the collision type, which is the cylinder there that follows the type, separate mesh object. Then this is for the left, but we need to only put this now to the right. Okay, so now they are separated between left and right. Now we can play with the tail stuff here. And so radius, this will be like 0.01, I don't know. The default is 0. Well, gonna grow that for these bones. Friction, yeah, we can have friction. Yeah, they start friction. No, they can start. Yeah, by default, let's leave that. Bounce, we don't want bounce here. And stickiness, we don't want here. Okay. Next, the orange ones. Radius, yeah, it can get slightly more radius. Let's try this. Friction. Yeah, something like here. Bounce, slight bounce. And stickiness, okay, and then I'm not sure how it would work and what means 0. Then sometimes 0 means something else. So radius here, we want So now here radius we augment, friction we don't want friction, bounce we can augment a lot, and thickness I leave it at that because these can stretch more. No, stretch cause some issues, so the stretch would be for these ones, but we'll leave it at, yeah, that is good enough, maybe even less. Stiffness, let's reassess this, so I'm gonna leave that 600, and stiffness of these ones we're gonna give it less stiffness. The mass, well, let's try again this thing, reset physics. Apparently we got some issues with the targets. No, it seems to be working fine, so it's okay. So the collision still doesn't help much apparently, and we have some bond here that is going crazy. Yeah, here I see mistake. Alright, so at this point I'd consider animate the skirt manually, right? Because this is, or maybe reducing the physics of this. Let's try. I think the main problem though is the collision system that I have here. Oh, I have an idea. Maybe, okay, I have this idea, the shrink wrap, but let's try to do something else here. Outside. For all the mesh. And this goes after subdivision, after solidify, yeah, after everything, whatever. And offsetting, yeah, then of course this will generate some problem with the mesh itself. What if it goes before even the armature? No, that is, of course it should be more dynamic. Yes, so the bouncing, all the thing there about the wiggle bones, they sound fine, but the collisions is really messy. And so for the collisions, actually this could be made like, so we can pose manually, so this is the great thing, one great aspect of Actually, for physics in general, right, we are able to manual pose stuff, right? So why I can't? Oh, it's because of this. Those bones seem to be locked to something on pose mode. Did I lock their... No. Reset physics. They are parented offsets, so there's no reason, they have no bone constraints. Maybe that's how these wiggle bones work. Okay, but it doesn't mean that I need to... Yeah, I think this is something about wiggle physics. So if I turn off this for the armature, no. Okay, interesting. So it looks like this. What if I turn off everything here? No. They are like pinned in some very strange way. I remember that happened strangely. It's not some snapping I have here. They are really... Might be... I think it's because of the animation. No. So, okay, I have no idea, but yeah, so this will be a solution, so for interpenetrations, but it's very tedious. Physics was supposed to let people get out with those problems, and here I have even more problems because I had to adapt this side bones, where I could have one in the middle, right? Much would be have been much simpler. Yeah, looks like some wave painting here are not working. So there's still the possibility to try cloth physics instead, so it will be sad because I was really hyped with the wiggle bones physics, but then at this point my computer is better. It could be nice to um, have other, yeah, to learn more about physics in general, which is very powerful. Can it interests me to... I have learned a little about cloud physics and even other types of physics, but especially cloud physics, and it's not that... Actually, it's not that complicated. So if we go back here on the animation, what was the... Yeah, I don't have a... Might be the... Okay, so let's get that thing. Need to record. That's fine. So Why it gets symmetrized automatically? It looks like I have auto. Yeah, I have. Oh, I have. Okay, that's why. Accidentally, I had auto key and X mirror. So yes, this will be very tedious. Certainly would be worth expending more time trying to find a better solution with physics, and yeah, and rigging also. And yeah, the character design, the model sheet, the design of the skirt also makes things even more complicated. So so at this point I need to retrieve some ideas here. So let's try to. Okay, so I have some bones here which has wave painting, right? So skirt test. Let's resume the. I remember that when I was testing the skirt physics, I was actually starting lately. I starting to have some interesting results. So let's get some disabling of the wiggle bones. Maybe they are just not good to rig this kind of skirt. Maybe they are better for other things. So let's see. Where is the? Sorry, folks, forgot here. What is the? Yeah, wiggle bones. Okay, we need to disable this for now. Animation. So let's disable from the entire scene. So now it's also the problem that it's a bit laggy. So and there is the needing of baking, not I think simulations in general. So this is actually something that in terms of workflow, I'm really not convinced of those methods, right? If it means lagging too much, if it means yeah, it lags even worse than rendering, in my opinion. Okay, so in certain aspects. So this is at least in computers that I have tried. So maybe those tools are not that impactful for certain projects, right? They are great, but maybe they really require very, very adaptive condition, right? Besides knowing how it works proper, how to reproduce good results and adapt to certain cases. Yeah, so let's. Well, at least I got the hair functioning, and if the hair there are interpenetrations, these are less graviers. These are somewhat easier because they are hair strands. It's like the cloth here is not cloth strands, so it's not that simple to, in my opinion. So let's re-enable this. Of course, maybe it lacks the pin thing. No, it is already set, so just making sure that it's still the case. So what we need here is to got this, select, assign to maximum, lock. Alright, then I don't know why it does that. It started to break after certain. Oh, I think this was incorrect. Alright, remove, and this one assign. Yeah, maybe that was the reason, one of the reasons. Okay, so we don't have skirt motion. Let's see, skirt test. we need to be on pose position, and okay, needs to adapt. Maybe this is where, yeah, I've messed up the rig. It is some iterations ago. I'm not going back to this. So should the cloth, we still have the collisions here. It seems to lag a lot, so let's see what we have here. There are self collisions. Object collisions. Oh, I have some old stuff, but no, nothing of that is helping. It's behaving really strange. Oh, vertex, okay. Pin. Ah, I think it should be like number of points in cache doesn't match mesh. Well, this message disappeared. Yes, this is really acting very weird, so let's re-enable that. Not that this will do any, yeah. Subdivide after the cloth is bad, so, or apparently, so yeah, sorry folks, I'm not good in this stuff. I feel like it's so bizarre that would take, I don't know, if I took so much time to learn certain good organic rigging stuff, something that I like, than to learn something that I don't like that much. Would be like object collisions. No, this is not pin target, what I'm doing here. I'm disabling this to simplify. So pressure, where's the is somewhere related to the, yeah, here we go. So just reset this thing. Yeah, so what's happening to something is really weird about this okay, let's try to remake this because it's being useless to sustain this stuff. Let's remake cloth physics, cloth, then strange lagging behind indeed. So okay, that the pin target, pin group, sewing. Yeah, this is quite complicated, but oh, of course, physics for cloth is not like that. That works naturally. There are many. I'm starting to remember now. The thing about physics is that it's not like, it's very different. It requires that the mesh, this is why it failed, this is what the mesh itself, it should have a different scaling in relation to the body according to the tutorials I remember. So I'm going to have to, and since I have probably, since I started to attempt skirt rigging with the wiggle bones, so what, of course, what happened was that okay, let's do this with a simple way, normal. Lots of things were wrong here, so why this face is okay, then flip. I doubt this will be the only cause of, we can never be sure, but maybe that thing was causing some issues to the wiggle rig. Just one flipped face, not sure. Anyways, there are other tests I'll need to do anyways before I dump the idea of wiggle bones. Of course, I want to simplify this skirt as much as possible in other attempts to see if this can get improved. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is, yes, proportional editing, so that I can select this and scale this up, and I could even consider sewing, but I'm not gonna use this technique right now. I don't know if it is essential for cloth rigging, but cloth physics. I think it's optional. Yeah, certainly it's optional. So it could be useful, but also it's very difficult to get it right. I have tried following some tutorials. So here, let's check this now. Of course, there's no self collisions, and we need to be on pose position. Okay, so let's try something here. I'm gonna save here as a new file, then let's get some mass here, then the pin group there, then sewing no, stiffness no, collisions, then we can get object collisions. Yeah, I have a collection, so let's see if the collection has any impact. There's this distance, we can perhaps augment. Doesn't seem to do nothing. Despite everything, so maybe it's quality here. Also nothing. Yeah, this is very annoying. Nothing when things don't respond right to as expected, and there's no message there's no feedback to, oh, it's not working because this or that, you have not enough vertices, there are interpenetration from the start, there is this, there is that, then yeah, Another reason why I'm very scared about using physics. A lot of intensive work with possibilities of finding no good results. Rigging is also a lot like that, because there's organic rigging problematics with, like, we can stay not tons of hours in the same problem, and we end up empty-handed, right? Well, this approach didn't work in the end. But at least organic rigging I know, right? Better. Okay, so self collisions can help maybe, and distance. Oh, it does the opposite maybe. That. And yes, still nothing. So, well, now it started to be dynamic, but we don't know along with the posing thing, right? So let's just test here. Yeah, I don't know why this is lagging behind. Could be something about my computer, but this is not supposed to happen. Yeah, okay, so I'm starting to get really annoyed by physics in Blender, and I think this is for this skirt at least. So here I think I need to take a distance from that, solve other problems first of cloth rigging, and ameliorating the hair, and see how far I can get the hair. Yeah, we have some hair physics here, so the hair was working, so this is why I was confident, more confident for solving the skirt. So you see, I disabled the wiggle bones, hold on. Yeah, the hair wiggles was pretty cool, right? Yeah, I have no idea. Well, people are different, right? Some people like hate rigging, hate wave painting. Of course, everyone hates wave painting as a joke, but there are people that like are really into physics, right? But it's true that the interface could have in Blender, right? I don't know other softwares. Maybe other software are more friendly, user friendly, right? I see a lot of potential to improving these friendly using aspects, and even the tools, the physics themselves, right? But yeah, look at these results. It's very straightforward, right? There's of course there's no collisions here, by the ways, but this could be plausible to animate. It's much simpler to animate it. I suspect, for example, suddenly there is an interpretation there. Okay, so I pick the bone on that extreme of the hair and just like reposition it. So I have a layer for hair. So for example, if there is a interpenetration yeah, this is not the case. Let's find an okay, so here we see an interpenetration. So maybe just picking yeah, well, let's say there's an interpretation here. Let's just pick this bone and push it behind from transform it, right? pose it differently on an extreme pose. Maybe you have to create an extra keyframe for it only, so that it will, of course the problem is that it will, the physics will have to adapt to this, and it could create others interactions. So this is something I'm not, I will have to test this to see if that's that simple. What happened to the body? That I think I've... Okay, I'm going to load, so this was... Okay, so for the skirt rig I really have to adjust. So to conclude this session, I think what I'm going to do is just... Is this before? Yeah, unfortunately I think I was already using the... Yeah, I have already made change to the mesh, and this is already using the physics. Yeah, it's already using the cloth simulations. So I had... Yeah, this was before I even had the bone, so unfortunately... Okay, so what I'm going to do is that, since this is not gonna be helpful, I will continue. I prefer attempting whatever thing with wiggle bones though, so it's less modifiers, less seems easier. So I'm going just to delete those stuff. Here I can probably, yeah. So no physics anymore here, just not even for the wiggle bones for now. I'm going just to... Yeah, eventually I'll get them back, but not right now. So I think I forgot even to get them into... Alright, bone groups. So what I'm gonna do is just improve try to simplify the character design. I'll try to find some solution to make things cleaner, right? So then it would be probably a better strategy, because let's say, no matter how much I've learned about rigging, seems it's different, and so it's like I'm still a beginner in that sense, and it's physics, it's part of rigging also, so it's like as I'm a beginner, an initiate, like. But the true master is always an apprentice. At least this is good. Alright, so let's see here. Okay, I pick this, and this, and I want to move them to that bone layer there. Okay, done. Now this is set. At least I have wiggle bones ready to mess up with the skirt. Alright, so let's see the mesh now. So character design stuff, right? So I don't want to visualize the seams. Yeah, I'm going to take off all the seams here. So I'll have to reposition this mesh, because since I'm going to go back to wiggle bones, right? There are many problems here, so the rest position unfortunately is also a bit more different than T-pose, right? So this also is causing some awkward results. So like I cannot just follow any instruction. This is a bit experimental at this point. This was something that I wasn't expecting, like that for skirt, because the skirt relates to physics, and then I wasn't aware that this change of, for example, for the leggings, there's no physics involved, so the leggings on that dress position, that's okay, right? There's not nothing much special happening there. But for the skirt, a lot of things matter differently. And so maybe the way I'm doing the skirt is just because of the rest position, is making things even more difficult than they would be. So, but there should be a way. Maybe this is true, maybe this is not true, right? That it is making things more difficult for me. So there are some unknown parts there. If not making things more difficult, they are making things maybe sometimes different. Sometimes it can be more intuitive, or sometimes in the worst case scenario would make things less intuitive, and then this can also cause tons of problems. So here for this character design of the skirt, I ended up in the requirement of finding, because for modeling is everything is clean, right? But then what for rigging and physics? And so I need to find a way to solve this mesh. Of course, I don't want to have this stuff like, okay, let's hide this. I don't want to create a double mesh here. There's a solidify modifier which already is doing that. So there is a possibility that I thought that maybe would be worth to test. So it will be like if I select only this, then I try to make some sort of, so first I could totally delete these ones to simplify, and then why not trying to make some sort of thing like that, right? The idea is that this will not be visible, but it will be a single mesh, not separate, disconnected, and no manifold. It will be like a direct connection here, and maybe this deforms well enough. So here probably I can dissolve that to make this match. So there are many cards yet to be played, so not a reason to despair unless I had to finish this immediately or something like that. It's not the case, fortunately. So this is something that I wanted to test. It would still be able to cause interpenetrations. Perhaps if I made these faces the opposite, like this will be very awkward, but I don't think this will affect wave painting. Not sure. Gonna for the results, I mean, of wave painting. This is something to be that will require to be tested. So if I invert these faces, this means that they won't be visible from below, and this could be interesting to hide this mesh. Of course, maybe you could do that with shading as well. Yeah, actually, I probably should find a better way than just inverting the faces, right? So yeah, let's also dissolve here. Merge at last. Here, this part, yeah, using proportional editing here. Okay, this is because of wave painting, so actually let's get this back to rest position. Yeah, I was even making this wrong. This is the position that I need to care about. I see I still have some seams here. No, these are not seams, these are just so now here let's make these connections here, here, let's go back the soundtrack also. It's stopped by we see there are a lot of subdivisions here. Not they are bad, but I think it's redundant because there's already a subdivision surface modifier. It could help cloth rigging, of course. Let's also take off the creases for now. Maybe we could have another subdivision there for yeah, maybe this subdivision is helpful, is something that I was lacking. So here let's also rip this, merge here. 0.5. Here I'm going to make same thing. Merge at center. Shift is a 5. Wrong vertex. So here, connect here. This probably subdivide. Dissolve. Not dissolve, so delete. Dissolve vertex. Redistribute the mesh here. So this rest position is really complicated here because it's really hard to predict how the skinny algorithm will deform this skirt. So but this can be, yeah, so this is a complicator factor. It's not so hard to get it better, like we can just pause here, change here, then check, change here, check. So it's annoying, but it's not that hard. Of course, to get it perfect, then that's another complete story. So here we got more faces and we got this crazy thing here. So maybe this will help. And we see that some problems here are arising because probably of this solidify stuff. And so maybe I should do something about this solidify. So mod solidify skirt. Okay, yeah, that's it. So I select everything, assign, then I'm not sure how to take off the solidify of this. This is bizarre. So let's maybe because it affects vertices in front and in back. Oh, actually this is not so bad because, okay, assign 0 to this. This means that this won't solidify, but they are the corners, right? Here, well, and there, this is not, but it's not here. It's not too many fold mesh. It's just, so it won't solidify, not this one, but this one, and nor this one. No one has to see this. So let's already take 0 from this, and here I can also do the same thing on these corners. Why not? Yeah, not here, but just in the border, the lower borders. This will be like 0.1. Actually, this one can be 0. Now it's folding backwards. This is dangerous. So yeah, that's it. So then solidify, get to target, there. Still not working. Let's see, thickness. Oh, we need to enable it, of course. Factor. Only rim. Yes, only rim. I think it's, and thickness. factor. I don't know what that is supposed to do at this point. It just affects something there. Thickness have to use for 0 vertex. Oh, okay, so no. This is a complementation. I didn't know that feature. Interesting. Like it's a variation, but don't see why it would be. Yeah, so this part here indeed seems that it goes apparently I modeled this wrongly, and also the soundtrack.
Thanks for dropping in. I'm Cyan Hart.
Right, so let's rearrange this mesh here. For some reason, oh, there's something there. Dissolve vertex. Something is wrong, something is not matching. No, lots of things are not matching. I don't know how that happened, but let's fix that. This is not cutting. No, now it is. Not use the yeah, so the idea is to have this behind the what? Yeah, not a lot, just enough to... This is difficult to set up from outside, maybe from the inside it's easier. Here we see some chaotic part. Oh, this is the part where it's, yeah, the materials are different, so this part is a bit more confusing. This is what? Maybe this is supposed to... Okay, so this part had some confusion here. Very much confusion. Okay, this is doing this correctly. Here we see, okay, that part. Okay, how this will work, so it will be, this will extrude like that. This connects here at last. Here we need another. This material is this one. These materials are correct. And now this connects, alright. needs to be on the... Oh, it's not connected, of course. We need to make the connection here. So now this goes on top. Then now this... Why not? Let's make some... Dissolve vertex. We see that we're lacking some... There are some extra faces here up here. So let's just dissolve this. And let's make a subdivision here and make the link here. And now I think everything is looping. Yes. And yeah, we can make another subdivision here. Finally, save. Yeah, so you see how this can be already complicated from in terms of course this must shrink. There we go. So this will shrink a lot. This can go up a little to compensate. It's not that. And this. Okay, so it is possible that this mesh, yeah, though this is very annoying to watch. So this is why I had this idea of why not flip. Of course, this doesn't make the face invisible, I think. No, this was my wrong assumption. It will just make things worse, probably, in all sense. And in the subdivision, of course, we need to... Okay, now we're gonna play with this also I can have that here. Shift E1. I'd go really inside. It will be harder to get. So we have a clean mesh here. That looks great. But again, would that be any good for rigging? I already did something here and it sort of worked, but that was a completely different case. So here let's I'm tempted to try again, go back on the wiggle bones and wave painting, yeah. And you see, even making the bones in the middle, yeah, we sort of fix an artifact that was happening to the collisions. But on the left side stuff, however, it still wasn't nearly not adequate. So let's get the skirt test, and we need to be on, okay, not yet because wave painting. So the bones are the same, the mesh is different. I see here, why not having a 3 bones here? It would actually help, right? Simplify stuff, right? Anyways, this bone doesn't have proper wave painting. So I'm not sure about the effects on that part. Let's just blur everything there and do something like that, and that should be it for this one. Well, the waves are, they sort of got maintained organized, so that's not terrible. If we go here on okay, the bones are free here to move. And there's no physics. We see there's something wrong happening there, and this is probably the wave painting associated with the body, I believe. So we need to, because here we wave painted properly. Yeah, this seems good enough in my opinion. This is arguably this strategy, but whatever. Could simplify with 2 bones only. That could be a good idea. I'm gonna do that next if this attempt fail, and it probably will fail. It's always trouble. So let's see here how to get this thing to work. So it's, yeah, I'll have to pick all these wiggle things and lock them all. I hope these names are correct. There looked a bit too many of wait. Well, they're left and right, that might be it. So I lock everything so that I can batch delete everything else. Then waves, transfer waves. Smart transfer. I'm intrigued about this. Apparently it created some let's see, this is, I need to check from some torso leg on this skirt. Yeah, it didn't work. Yeah, created an error, but I don't think that is critical to my project. So here what I'm going to do, though, there's another thing I was curious to test. So let's say I enter just wave pane like that. I cannot select the bones. However, I saw that toggle wave pane mode, enter wave pane mode in a mesh, and pose mode on its armature. Toggle, okay, but I got out of the no. Okay, but now it disappears. Okay, so this thing exists, I didn't know. So toggle. Let's say I enter with the armature. So I want to okay, that didn't toggle the other way around. How strange. Okay, it goes one way. It's like if we are here, we can still do this and then this without having to, but then it's like two commands, right? Yeah, it's bizarre. This needs some better integration. So I didn't know this existed, but it's like it's really weird, and it's not really toggle. It's just go one to the other, but not the inverse apparently. So it seems quite inaccurate, but it's cool that it exists. At least there is a way to do the direct toggle. So okay, so let's get here and do this at once. So here, waves, transfer waves, by name, project nearest face interpolator. Maybe this case would be vertex interpolated would be better. Anyways, we already did it. We test many things. Let's see what is happening here on a skirt test. No, of course, no wiggle bones activated yet. Let's check this. Don't need these bones. Enable. And reset physics. The bone seems to be disabled. looks like nothing is happening. I don't know why. Not the bones are not even moving. This might be some bug. Let's try to. Enable. Select enable. Yeah, this is very, very odd. Good day to you. Welcome back, Kalotsky. How are you doing? So, thanks. So here, struggling with skirt rigging, so I wasn't very successful. Okay, so here something is bizarre about this. Maybe I have to clean all that up, or maybe just close Blender and go back. It seems to have completely bugged out here. Let's go here and okay, so those wiggle bones seems to be messed up. They are enabled with set physics. Okay, something related to the animation apparently. Some keyframes, I think. No, I see no keyframes here. So why everything there is... Maybe I added wiggle to other stuff. No, it's only this. Some wave paint on the thigh, like these bones are. There shouldn't be any waves. Multi-paint, no. Okay, there's some wiggle bone craziness going on. These are muted too, or they should be. Select enabled, no. Alright, Okay, so I don't know how to explain what's going on. Maybe some corrupted bone physics. Of course, just I'll have to remake all these bone physics from scratch. They weren't working well anyways, so how to reset all those things like that. And there we go. So yeah, okay, fixed. So there are some crazy stuff going on. So some physics that remained in the body, in the bones, and the animation, yeah, completely corrupted. Alright, so in this case we're gonna do it differently. I'm going to add physics to tail of this one to start with, stiffness this thing, and you see what it does. Okay, we have no animation, that's fine. Stretch, damp. Damp is how fast they end jiggling, wiggling. Stretching is very dangerous, but we're in the middle, maybe it's good, but I think that usually it's too much. And we don't have animation anyway, so we need to do it again. The other animation I'm gonna delete because it was causing trouble. We're gonna get the layer management center. This is the only bone that I need. So here we get this. Okay, that should be enough. Then you can even pick this one and place it there. And so you can like make a physics wiggle bone loop physics. Yeah, it was already looping, and now you have an animation that maybe helps looping. Okay, we're not seeing anything from those bones here, like they don't seem, oh, not activated. So now I need to click them. Okay, click, then, because usually we do this. Yeah, there's the only ones that are activated here, so don't record anymore. Here I can okay, so stiffness, maybe they are too stiff, let's reduce it a lot. Dampening, maybe they are dampening too much, but that's usually this is not too much. Okay, we see they are already having some results, but very awkward results. We add to tail here, stiffness of 100 also, it's okay to copy. damp. Can reduce this, and stretch, no stretch here, and mess, no mess, all that. Okay, the armature seems a bit probably need to do something about this pose here. Try to find what adapts better. It's a bit blind game here because of the rest position. We're gonna try to handle that naturally, because I did that for the whole body. Now I have to find that for the clothes, like the arms. If I didn't knew how that worked, how that could work, I wouldn't be doing this rest position. But I did it for the arms, for the legs, for the fingers. But the skirt is it's not a limb, so it's much harder for me to try to understand how the artifacts how its deforms will operate from this to the T-pose. Of course we can see gradually, so. And it doesn't have shape keys, so we see the huge amount of bad deform it is getting. It doesn't have any corrective method, the skirt, so wave painting, yeah, taking off wave painting from the type could be an excellent idea actually. Let's see. So I see, yeah, of course it has a purpose, but since there's no corrective method, these waves are pretty dangerous, especially to the areas that goes bad. So we're gonna try to smooth this out and see if this have any benefit here. And these waves or just transfer. Well, we actually have corrective method. It's here. It's actually these ones at least, but no shape keys. Of course, this might not be enough. This wave transfer here might be very awkward. I never tested, so there's a great chance that this is not good. But it's not that is causing this strange deform. It's really the artifacts. well, I don't see much the wiggle bones working. We don't see too many interpenetrations, but this is not really good because the legs are not even moving here, so there's no collisions. Of course, this is just illusion. Of course, the fact that the wiggle bones are not going crazy, it's already a good thing, but it's not enough. We need to, if I want to get this successful, we need to try out lots of posing and all that. So here I select this. Let's add some. No, actually this time I'm gonna get physics to this. No, it cannot. So it will be these ones to tail. So here, not here. In the top they don't need physics, I think. So it will be like stiffness. They can start with that stiffness. Stretch, they don't need stretch. Maybe they need damp. Okay, so here, select there, we want dampening, we get stiffness to that, and I think that's it. To all of them at the same time. Okay, so they are very important for the skirt rig. Okay, we're starting to get some better than before, so apparently maybe that, yeah, the mesh geometry and topology that I had before was so chaotic that it was really not being, so connected mesh might be the solution, folks. Not the solution, but for me that might be that was one of the predictors of chaos. So from this maybe there is some future. Of course there's the collision madness to address. Let's try to get collisions to the tails of the red ones. So let's try just these ones here. Slowly trying to improve, so collisions, it will be the same object, so the cylinder I've made following the left thigh, and radius, now it will be collision radius, let's give it that. Friction 0.1, bounce, sticky, nothing, so all that. And then, okay, let's, since we are doing this, let's, okay, select all, but check these, let's copy to selected, except that I unselect everything, just pick these ones. This is also a right one. Then I change here for the right, otherwise let's see if this collision creates some. Well, so far this seems to be working. This is getting better. I don't really know if there's any changes. So if I pick everything like Okay, we can see in real time. I just pick and I'll just delete and then Control Z. Okay, so sometimes the bones get crazy with the... I think I've saved just before. No, I still got the corrupted physics. Hello Yitman, welcome back. How are you doing? So, this thing, I think it's something in the action when that happens. And now we got that. That's very weird, but it doesn't work deactivating everything. Okay, let's delete all these collision targets. We need some action maybe. Okay, the wiggle bombs seem to be back to normal. So there are some crazy closing the action and okay, let's augment the stiffness of these ones. No, reduce. And then for these ones do that. And for these ones, yeah, that's fine. Even maybe less. These are stretching. Let's try to augment this. And for these ones, setting of physics collision. Yeah, you just like the way she twists her butt. Yeah, certainly. Man of culture. It's physics is very... I was talking with Young few 1 hour ago. Physics is very complicated. I agree on the physics, yeah, after all my explanation of why the UI in physics is so annoying to get things right. And then this is just an excuse, because if physics is so bad and complicated, then why people keep doing it? The reason you've said. Yeah, certainly. Exactly. So skirt wiggles, right? Technically, this is the reason why this is happening. To get physics right. Okay, so you see that apparently these settings are kind of working, starting to be adequated, but we are struggling with the collisions. Another tutorial that I've seen, maybe this idea of these targets is not good, but they are low poly targets, so it makes no sense that they don't. Maybe they are too much into the bones. Yeah, they sort of interpenetrate the bones. So maybe this is why I'm having the problems. like here, yeah, some interpenetration with the bones, exactly. So maybe this is causing the wreak havoc, and so I cannot use them as target. The tutorial that I've seen where someone used the solution was like created some sort of, yeah, I think this is the cause of the craziness that is happening. So the solution that I've seen from a tutorial would be to have like a sphere like that, using sphere, doesn't matter too much this stuff, it's still a sphere. Then don't fuss, we don't judge him. So here, these are something of the things that could substitute like the idea of, it's a small skirt, so this would sort of substitute the idea of hips and the thigh. Of course it shouldn't be enough, but it could help in getting so this technique I've never tried, I've never seen this properly set up. You use, like in game engines, using otherwise it will have the calculations, especially I believe in an organic and deforming mesh, right? The collisions will have to adapt to the wiggle physics, the physics will have to adapt to a mesh of the body that is deforming simultaneously. So this might be very complicated to calculate. It's sort of, it would cause dependency loops, so it would probably, dependency cycles, so it will prolongate the amount of calculations needed to solve everything. While this thing here, if we have a simplified mesh that doesn't deform, because I could target the body, it will be the intuitive thing to do, but in principle this apparently causes a lot of problems to collisions. I think not only on regular physics, but maybe especially also on, it's also done like that in game engines to make those base mesh stuff. So this will be like collagen hips or pelvis, or actually hips, and so we bring this here. I need to parent this to bone. I will find a bone that will relate to the body. It would be like to that part, the hips, so there's a control hips there. Leave it selected, then pick this, the armature, parent to bone, and here we go. Then I don't need this bone layer anymore. So now that this bone is targeted, that the collision is set, it is moving with the hips, so this is good. And this shape should help the collisions in a sort of simplistic way, but this simplistic way might help solving a lot of problems. So let's try this immediately. So no need these bone layers here. I have an animation, so I can just reset everything here. Select enable, right, for wiggle, or select all here. Then with all this stuff. Object, so collision, maybe the collections, they work. The problem is that if there are interpenetrations already, it fails immediately, because then there is more than one object causing interpenetration. I think this is the craziness that was happening. It's a bit like physics with skirt, with cloth physics. If the skirt belt, like it must not even touch the car, it must be even larger, a lot larger, some distance from, and then it will pin automatically to the pinning things, the sewing features. Otherwise it can fail miserably. So yeah, it's pretty complicated to get it working. What's happening there? Oh no, this is that object that we can also even hide here, or turn it into some sort of wireframe. Object data, object properties, not object data is this wire. Okay, so it appears more invisible. It's appeared like these ones, but we don't see it very well where it is. There. It's hard. I don't see it. Well, it's of course in front. Now we see. Now this is a mess, of course, so we can hide these things. And now we pick these bones and let's apply to them the target hips radius. We can, yeah, let's leave it some. Let's start with some amplified radius of collision, just to see the results. Friction, yeah, let's leave it at this, and no bounce, nothing else. Now collision seems to be effective. Yes! Haha! So that's it, folks. The problem that maybe many problems. One problem was the mesh topology and geometry of the skirt that was disconnected, was because this double skirt here, it is complicated. So I made a connection here, right before this it existed. So this maybe was very complicated for the wave painting already. Then of course it's still not perfect, but it's better. I think this geometry is safer, perhaps. Then the other condition for wiggle bones not to become crazy, and particularly was I think the collisions were causing some very bizarre behaviors. It was freezing the stuff, the wiggle physics. It was, yeah, very bizarre stuff. So the objects of collision, they cannot be interpenetrating with the bones on rest position. So this is the rest position. So whatever object I have to create there, it shouldn't. So I can try to fix that and make a test just to see if this assumption is right. Actually, this will be the correct thing to do at this point. If I could only select the object. Oh, I can. Alright, so there is this and this. The problem is that, okay, let's go on rest position for this. They are too massive. They have subdivisions. Yeah, they are even very long. So let's scale down on the. Okay, I think normal. scale on Y. No, scale shift Y. No, this is incorrect. Okay, never mind. So I don't remember how to. This. Oh, this is Z. These normals don't work. I think I cannot do that. Yeah, it's all tilted, so I think unless I had some. Yeah, this is lost. I think I cannot resolve that, so I need to do this like. Yeah, I can do it from view maybe. And then probably it will be good if I do them simultaneously, so let's try to. Okay, especially I assume it's the joints that are suffering the physics, so the tail of the bones, the joint of the tail cannot be touching this object on rest position. Well, I could just remake this one right from scratch after I fix one, then it's easier, right? So let's just fix one, because I cannot use mirror here. This could actually sort of follow try to follow the shape of the hips, right? So, but it's difficult. Here we see it's not matching. Oh, why I'm doing this? I can. I'm wasting time, folks. Let's do the technique of they use for snapping, right? We could do this high stake, like totally. Of course, it won't work for these ones very much, but for these ones, it will be good. Should be good. Snapping to face nearest, so it will like adjust it. Well, it didn't include non-edited. Project individual, face nearest. Let's use the quality. Let's try to improve that, and by default it is. I think there's no default here. Okay, so this is actually a good idea. And this part, I don't know. The idea of getting it, of course the skirt will never reach there. This is, but I'm doing this, the whole extension, because this would help, this will have another function for me, which for rigging, which I was about to test, is that this can be a reference for the volume of the type on the rotations because of the artifacts especially. Otherwise it's very easy to lose the reference. We don't know how much the type has scaled up or scaled down, especially near the joint, and it's very confusing. So this will kind of help. So here this seems to have here I have some oh, it's mapping to the I think to the other object, to this thing, so yeah. Proportional editing is not helping here. I just want some approximation here, and then alright, and this face probably is not required, nor this face, I don't know. And also yeah, now it's snapping to the vertices of the type of the joint. Is not particularly good, but at least it's close to the enough to the yeah, exactly. So it's matching at least the type. It will probably be very bad for the joints, but for the type it should be okay. And here we have some problem with the... I come back to the screen and the first thing I see is S. Exactly. That's why we are here, right? You, or maybe you arrived at the right time, okay? So here we see here how we can adapt. So we are having good results, remember, with the new collision system. But now we want to test the... So apparently I was having some unfortunate issues with the yeah, those interpenetrations. Now if we check, we see that there's apparently yeah, no interpenetration between this object and the so I need to visualize this to be able to target. Then no, not necessarily, you can use the eyedrop. So here I need to duplicate this thing, so this object indeed, so Shift D, then global origin object mirror global X, there we go, there it is. Now I think it's locked. Yeah, it is locked, so you cannot. Let's do it again. Object mirror X global, there we go. Then we lock again. Actually we reset those things. Now I need to apply. Alright. Wrong movement. So mirror. Then we change the name. Then we apply object Yeah, Control A, out transforms, there we go, and now we can lock. And this should have the parenting of the same one, right? So, no, not even bother to check right now. So, now this action is Kurt 2. And we are going to see the changes here. This is the great test of the day. After, yeah, I was in a misery situation right before. Oh, it's not following. Alright, so of course I know why. Because the parent here was parent to bone, and we need to adapt. Just transform here, bone, right. Now yes, I think. Yeah, but where did it go? Seems to not have worked. Yeah, always I do change here, never works. So instead, where is the, yeah, it got messed up in relation to the parenting, and this is bizarre. I really don't. Okay, so let's clear parent. So it's there. So I need to do the parent manually, apparently. Okay, so it's something, probably something to do about the. Okay, so you need here this anyway. So objects in Blender. Here the type is here. I need also to make better stuff here. So this bone, then take this armature, parent to bone, no active bone. Oh yeah, the bone cannot be hidden. I didn't know that. Alright, then again this, then this, parent to bone, there we go, and now it stays there, finally. Now the great test, folks. We want to see if this sort of collisions will fail or not. They are already working okay, but we want to see if the wiggle bones physics will adapt to this other contraction there of the types. So instead of using this, or even a collection, right? But we cannot use the collection like that, because actually we'll need to have like collection skirt left and collection skirt right. Collision, right? Collision. So they both will have the hips, but they will change. What's happening here? Okay, these are duplicates. No, it's not what we want. Wait, where is it? Went my body? Not my collision, one of the parts. I deleted the wrong one. Okay, so let's delete all that. This needs to be instead some sort of linked stuff, like select Yeah, so I need to have them in 2 places. I thought this was possible. I don't seem to find a link thing. It should have the same name. Make local, generate data. What is make select linked? Okay, let's not try that. Actually, let's try the thing alone here. So only for the right side, for left side first. Alright, so this will be okay, where the here, okay, we get this, then we change this to 5 left. Well, the collision wise it seems to be working, just one of their bone is stretching crazily because it, but the mesh is not going that crazy, it's just okay. Well, alright, so it seems to be working, but we need to try now the collections. Yeah. So we're gonna have a collision skirt left, so it will include the hips and the. This means that if I want to have this, I need to find how to create link in. Yeah, let's just test this. Okay, don't seem to be creating any crazy artifacts. So this the collision collections is working now. Of course we have the same problem here. Now let's see if I can find a link. So Blender, outliner, how to make link duplicate. Yeah. I want to know in the outliner. No, it's not that. Maybe what I mean doesn't actually exist for this case. No, maybe, yeah, I don't really understand this part because sometimes, for example, if an object is parented, for example, you see I have the skirt, but this mesh is parented to the armature, and so it also appears here. It's the same object, it appears twice, it can be in different collections, but they are the same object, exactly the same. You can delete this one, I think, but you cannot delete this one. If you delete this one, like, well, if you delete this one, it isn't parented, I think. but if delete this one, it still remains there. And so I thought I could do this with collections, but apparently not, with collisions here. Just so yeah, so what to do this, I have just to get again this same, I have to make a duplicate here, so it will be hips left. So let's make a hips right too, except that this time it will be an exact duplicate. So duplicate, okay, so shift D, and this will be simpler because I don't have to change the positioning, I think, so just like that. And now we can have the same bones here of physics. So if we go here, to collision skirt right. So this has this is wrong. This is collection object. This is wrong. I didn't make the test for real, folks. Sorry. Maybe you have seen that. I didn't. Okay, so here now you can test. Blender crashed. Yes, this is still about the physics. So my test just got the Blender crash. So we're gonna test it again. So apparently as soon as I added the collection, it crashed. Hope I have halfway at least. Okay, let's reset physics. Alright, then yeah, actually I thought I confused call, which is collision, with collection. That's typical. So I'm going to save here. I'm gonna change this to collection, and I put the collisions. And now I have a great chance that this, wow, there's some, okay, let's try that. As we see, there is some unexpected behaviors. No, everything is wrong here. Okay, let's reset physics. I did it wrong. Okay, not collisions, but collision skirt left. Okay, so this is a minor thing. Yeah, there are some interpenetrations, and the bones, they stretch, they become, but in principle that something. Okay, this tail here is stretching. This physics here is suffering a lot from the, I think it's the radius, but could be other things. Yeah, the positioning. Just got an idea, folks. So maybe if I can just get these bones to but now it didn't crash, right? If I just have these bones to do this, no, this is the same. All right. Yeah, I mean it's. Yeah, getting them further away from the collider, right? Objects. could be beneficial. I haven't thought about that before. It's like the same thing about cloth physics, right? Alright, let's go back and test. So, reset physics. Let's see. Collision skirt left, that's correct. Enough motion. Okay, we still see that things happening. And this might be something. Okay, so this bone or this bone, something weird about their physics. So let's check. Maybe we can find out. It's the same. What about this one? The same stuff, but they are suffering too much from. And this. Okay, they are having. Oh, I see. It's probably this object, right? I didn't finish it properly. It just touches the bone there, like interpenetrates maybe too much. Also could be any one of the two. So the positioning, the motion that I have here is too much. This one doesn't have stretch, but it's stretching anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, so it's about the motion. I see that it's interpenetrating with the collision objects, so this creates a lot of problems usually. Maybe I can, not even for rest position, also for, so maybe I could take off this friction. Maybe augment the radius here, could be safer. And maybe that's too much, right? Take off friction. And maybe here, or leave it just. No, well, they get away from the colliders, but they also get a bit crazy. So let's not have the radius like that. Let's take off friction and stickiness also. Let's also reset physics. Yeah, so this, some bones there. Now this could be about the collision collection. So another test now would be to get all this. So they have the collision. Oh, all of them has collision type. Okay, so okay, let's, and it's still objects. Wow, it's all wrong. Okay, collections. Then here we're gonna pick these bones. Although this is not fixed yet. What I can do again is do this again. I hope this time it won't crash. So I pick this, then I will best position. Where is this object? So just duplicate, then we'll call this tips right, then go to collection here, then here. Okay, well, it didn't crash. We see that it doesn't solve the... Nothing happened to the other side. Now the other side also got worse when we have multiple collections. Well, we have collections, right, of colliders. So let's change this all again, and so instead I'm gonna just use the legs. Yeah, so select all, delete that. For this I will use object, okay, and here also here. No, they are not being, it's not working. Okay, don't know why it doesn't apply the... Okay, I'll start using Alt for the collections. Okay, right, left, right, left. Alright, let's... Yeah, and then we have this problem. So, yeah, it's very confusing. I did a lot of attempts. Maybe I could just avoid collision. Okay, what if I delete everything? Alright, that madness stopped. There are not even too many interpenetrations of physics in this. Okay, this is like a starting point, right? To actually, hold on. So this is like a backup. And so I'm working on this one. Will be, yeah, actually saving a new next one. No more backup. And so from here is just more the corrective method, because we don't know how. Yeah, I cannot make the rest, unfortunately, right now, because the corrective method for the type is not solved yet, and I lost some data here for the back bending, which was ready. So in order to complete totally the skirt rig, I need to finish the thigh rig first, so that will be for the next time. So what I can, at least I saw here, is that it's very complicated to get, yeah, so here what you could do is just get this for object, and then, yeah, that spherical object which I saw, and that at this point could be hips right, doesn't matter, hips right or left. And this is like regular enough. You see, the bones don't go crazy, even though this sphere object also is moving. It's rotating just as the others. were rotating also, but its motion is less risky for many reasons. So I guess that's it, folks. We are sort of starting to get some conclusion for this skirt rig finally. I think I'm about to perfection, right? There are a lot of problematics, but some part of the collisions are solved. We can rely on posing for more critical manual posing because Wiggle Bones allowed that in the middle of animation. So there, so if I have my character if I have my character on some more radical posing of the leg, of course I don't have the corrective set up here, so here of course I would require good collisions with the type, otherwise the wave painting, yes, exactly the corrective method for wave painting. I would like that physics collision would solve that automatically. If they don't, if the combination of the things is not enough, physics plus corrective methods for the skirt, we can still have this possibility, which is for 3D animation of course, which is like far from optimal. No automation here or partial, because but this is like a radical, we can have things done, right? And sometimes it's important to actually pose cloth because we might want special things. So this is the cool thing about the interaction between physics and animations. So we can pose everything if they are, because Wiggle Bones don't constrain them, so we can have this. Here I don't even have the proper back bending and the front bending. I could have done this years ago. I know how to, not years ago, sorry, lot of time ago, but and I've lost something about the data of the back bending, which was very good already. I'm not sure what happened, so I have to revise that. So the artifacts there like crazy, but it was good. And side bending, let's see. So this side bending is probably not so bad. Of course I want exaggerated posing, so what happened? It looks like there's a hole in the mesh topology. Alright, so I'm gonna fix that. Yeah, I want something more like this, right? So it's feasible for this rigging that I'm making. Let's see if that is true. So let's hide, select material. No, there's no hole. It was I saw something weird there. Maybe it was the texture. Okay, again, material. Hide faces will be better. What is this? An extra face? Maybe? Oh no, this is... okay. It's just... has a wrong color. Alright, wrong material. So here... then here we see the faces, more faces. Yeah, no holes apparently, everything seems correct. Okay, so I've made some illusion. So, yeah, improving this. So, yeah, the texture here we need to... I'm gonna remake these textures. Actually, let's play with that right now. Oh, sorry, let's see. Yes, he's very focused on her butt right now. Yes. Oh, there's a lot of messages here. Sorry, folks, I haven't seen. He closed the chat window. No, I didn't close. I was just... I need to download a software that is simple enough to use for the chat. I'm sure there's a simple method that will give equally bad results. Yes, totally. He can't hear us. He has AirPods on. It's not for him. For better or for worse, he doesn't have a case of streamer brain. Let's see. I don't know what is a streamer brain. I already suggest that he made the chat on top of all windows like other streamers, but it seems he has his own. I want to make that, but last time I found one application for Windows that I tried to install, it failed. Like I need to research. I don't like downloading those applications, those private applications that never work, that install crazy stuff. So I was researching, but I couldn't find a good solution. So I tried one application that failed. I need to try another one that I've seen. So eventually I'll get it done. Sooner or later he will open the chat, read this and feel appreciated. Yeah, but I'm explaining the things. This is the first time on his stream that the chat is so lively and he's not participating in it. True, he has to notice eventually though, right? Yes, he's very focused on her, but right now he has much focus. Have I ever mentioned how much I hate wave painting? No, I think you didn't. Young, the hack is wave painting. Is for rigging, sometimes special effects. It's this kind of stuff like wave paint mode. You go whatever mesh object has, as there are texture paint, there is vertex paint, there are all different things, and there's wave paint, which it calculates the waves of the mesh for application of it's vertex based. So it will calculate the waves. So red is maximum waves by default. We can change these colors, but by default and so this means that there is 100% waves affecting this vertex, and that will affect things like certain object modifiers. Like if you target a vertex group from solidify modifier and the vertex group is, for example, I don't know, is a vertex group about this, only these vertices here, and they are all to 1 or let's say 0.5, the solidify modifier using this vertex group will only affect this vertex group and at a power of 50% of the total settings here. And of course the wave painting is more well known for rigging, which is the armature deform parenting. When we have an armature parent, set parent to armature deform, to automatic waves, to empty waves, whatever, and then we have to wave paint the mesh so that it will respond to the armature for the skinning algorithm. So for example, if I have deform bones here, they use vertex groups. Deform bones for the legs. So in relation to the type, yeah, so these are the waves. Blue is lower waves, black is zero waves, and red is full waves. Then there's a gradient there, whatever, between black and red or blue and red. And these will determine how the leg will deform in relation to the bones, to the deformed bones. This bone has waves on the leg, so if we pose this bone, it will carry the mesh around. Very strong on the red. But then there is the artifacts, and wave paint is useless. No, it's not useless, but it's wave painting for bones. Use skinning algorithms, which Blender doesn't have a lot of them, and skinning algorithms in CG are Stone Age. Alright, let's go back to the chat. Okay, just look at that, I agree, since it's like a slow process. It can be faster with automatic waves and some better workflows. Listening to this background music makes me want to play DRG, which I don't know what is. He opened the chat, yes. The amount of time he spends on every detail motivates me to work hard. Well, that's a good thing to listen to. Same, I appreciate his dedication. Thanks, folks. So here, of course, art, whatever it is, yeah, there are people that are crazy about optimization and being productive as hell, but of course this is often related to the market, to the business, to work, and it's good to be fast on doing stuff, but it's not the speed that will. It's good for money, right? And for also avoiding certain frustrations. But of course, working on details is like a great deal of the artwork, because if we want to rush everything without, well, that even a stylized cartoon style is not just, there is some detailment in, even if it's input in the workflow in a fast way, it is a choice, right? So in CG everything, in my opinion, is very too time consuming, so it's not really a great idea to no, this is a wrong statement that I was about to tell. I mean, it's interesting to be able to simplify, especially when we are learning, I think. And I'm not very famous for simplifying stuff, at least not regarding rigging. But my style is simplified, so I wouldn't, for example, try to model a very realistic character, hyper-realism. It doesn't inspire me, but it's true that rigging muscles, bone structures, it's actually very intriguing. But I wouldn't do this. I prefer stylized characters, simplified characters. if I already spend a lot of time rigging this kind of character to have the best stylized results, imagine the amount of time I would be spending if I was doing hyper-realism organic rigging. That would be like never-ending story. It would be a complete nightmare maybe, even if I liked it. So at least, yeah, so simplifying can be useful. Let's go back to the chat. So DRG, Deep Rock Galactic. We are dwarves and we are digging a hole, exactly. I think you've mentioned this. No, it's about dwarves, exactly. Now I see the relation. Diggy hole, diggy. And there's this, remembers me, the music of the goblins in The Hobbit, down to Goblin Town. Down to Goblin Town, down to Goblin Town. Ho ho my lad, ho ho my lad. It's music from I think an animation they've made in the 70s or the 80s about Lord of the Rings or the Hobbits, I don't know. It's a soundtrack, at least the original music. So there's also a very cool, because we're talking about dwarves, illustration book. It's a comics book on The Hobbit. That's really fantastic. Yeah, graphic novel. I think that. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this is really cool adaptation. This is Bilbo. Really much older stuff and much better than. I don't have it anymore, unfortunately. I donated it to a friend, but as a gift, as a payment actually, or it was a gift, I don't remember, to even which friend I gave it to, but very inspiring comic book, that one. Alright, what I'm doing here, I need to solve the whatever I'm lost here. Yeah, the texture, folks. So I want to finish this live soon. Let's see how much time it is taking. 5 hours. Oh, that's too long, folks. Yeah, I'd like to solve this texture and start making like texture like not much for the patterns of the materials, the shaders, but texture for like glyphs, tattoos. You get the idea, right? Designs that, like this one, maybe could be done with. So this is the new way I want to explore texture for, because I've realized that I was using texture for UV texture for the others. It took so long and it was so easy to disrupt everything. I think I can do procedural texture already, so, and it doesn't really show much for the kind of compositing I'm making. So ended up that I had to make up my mind about this strategy, and there's a good thing about it. Yeah, so if you check the mesh here, the gloves, yeah, so I think there's some, yeah, there's texture painting here. It's actually cool, but you see a lot of things disappear because of the shading, of the toon shading stuff that I'm using. So it's too much work, and I like the texture painting stuff, the idea, but I think I can avoid it, and actually I use the texture more to make some glyphs, right? Some stuff that are really like you could make on her body some tattoos, I think something like that, that is more drawing like, not patterns like this stuff. Like this is another thing, right? Unless there's something that I really need texture of this kind, but I think not for the characters, so it will be more for drawing stuff. And I'll do this so we can make some drawings on this blank part of the skirt, so that will be cool. Witchery patterns, yeah, that will be cool actually. Ideograms, whatever, scriptures and stuff like that, right? So unfortunately too much time already passed in this stream, so I'm already tired, so I need to go back on other projects, scenery making, so sorry I have to leave you guys, but thanks for being around. I think I watched Lord of the Rings when I was a kid. Well, that was like a terror movie to watch as a kid, maybe, but maybe you enjoyed anyways. Today I just like shooting space spiders behind a screen though. Yeah, games, yes. Yeah, I like games, but I'm like old school gamer. So that's it, folks. Thanks for watching. Thanks, Master Danyung, Alotsky, Yitman. So hope to see you again tomorrow and any other day, doesn't matter. Feel free. And happy blending. See you again. Hope that soon. Hope that was inspiring enough. And take care. Have a nice week also that begins now. See ya, folks.